it's Mark Williams. And his opponent is the ace in the pack, the world #1, Judd Trump.
And Ken Doherty, this is big time.
Yeah, it certainly is, Phil. I'm really excited about this final. Two of the, as you mentioned, the heavyweights in the snooker world. Two left-handers, of course, two of the most successful left-handers there's ever been. And what an opportunity for both. And what an exciting finale to a wonderful week of snooker, a festival. Been such a great week for all the players. They've all really enjoyed it here, and we're going to be treated to a wonderful final, I'm sure. And I think, Phil, and I don't know whether you concur or not, well, I think it's going to be a close one.
I would definitely agree with that. Fittingly also that a final of such importance is refereed by a very safe pair of hands, really good official from Belgium, Olivier Martial.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 6.
Well, would you believe this may be a free ball? Has he had a look? Maybe not. If not, I don't think it'll go back. Maybe just be able to see both sides of the red, yeah. So it's worth having a go at this. Don't think he will run into the red to the left of it, so a bit of room around the back of the black. I think if there was one part of Judd Trump's game, it would be his rest. That you'd think that he's not the best in the world at that. At most of the other parts of the game, Phil, he's right up there with everybody else. But the rest play, he's missed a few of them this week. Oh, nicely floated in from Mark Williams. Nicely on the black as well.
Yes, in this match, Judd Trump is the actual favourite, but Williams is the sentimental favourite.
Eight. Nine.
Even in a best of 19 that this final is, so important just to get a good start. Your hand on the table, pot a few balls, get nice and relaxed. Well, have a look at that for a shot. Always trusting a little bit of luck, and it's when you go into the pack with such force, but it's not too bad. He's on this red into the left centre. Maybe a little gap between the reds to get back for the black as well. Yeah, nicely played.
In the last few years, Ken, I think you'll agree, sometimes when Williams plays with excessive power, it has been an Achilles heel, but not this week, I've noticed that.
Yeah, in fact, he was joking just last night after his match about. We were talking about how he made that break against CJ Wee last night and refused to go into the pack a few times. He says, well, you know me, he says, I'm not blessed with a lot of cue power like some of the other players, and particularly his opponent.
20.
But what he is blessed with wonderful touch and craft when break building. Even that particular shot there, just dropping it in for that. Oh, that may have just drifted off, would you believe?
Mark Williams,
I think that went towards the near knuckle of the middle pocket.
I've seen that happen a couple of times this week. And when you're playing at such an acute angle, any kind of deviation will scupper you.
1. Eight.
Just a little bit of a test there already. Should have been closer to this red. Yeah, no problem.
9.
Off the cushion as well, Phil. I think these are two of the best exponents of that particular shot in the game. They don't mind leaving a bit of distance or leaving the cue ball close to the cushion. They're so confident in their putting ability.
$50. $16.
Looking for an angle to try and disturb the pack of reds. Once again, I could have played that with a little bit more pace, even for the blue. A bit more of an acute angle on the blue now. So maybe yellow.
Trump 16.
Trump leaving the table. In the end, a little fortunate. The collision on the pack there might have been really expensive.
Foul. Trump 4.
No real damage done, except the fact that he has ball in hand, Trump. I'm just wondering if he plays this red here. He's going to try and split the reds up and get that cue ball back to balk. That's what he tried.
Typical first frame, Ken. Both players finding their feet.
Yeah, nervy start. It's understandable. Very cleverly using the jaw of the middle pocket to get that cue ball back towards the balk area. A little tap on the table from Mark Williams in acknowledgement, appreciation of a good shot.
I think in his pre-match quotes, Trump was quite right. Sometimes he doesn't get the credit he deserves. When you think this is his 46th ranking final, 4 more than Williams, and yet Trump is 15 years his junior.
Oh, he's had an incredible run. I think within the game, I mean, he's held in such high esteem with, you know, the amount of tournaments he's won, the finals, as you said, Phil, how successful he's been, how he's dominated the game over the last 5 or 6 years, even more. think he'll have his work cut out though, tactically. I mean, he's playing one of the best tacticians that the game has ever seen, Mark Williams. Judd Trump alluded to that in his pre-match sort of comments as he looked forward to matching himself against Mark Williams. He's such a clever player, plays different type of shots than other professionals in a way, goes about it differently, but such a tactical genius. That wasn't one of his best. Needed to get that cue ball tight to the ball cushion. He's left a possible pot for Judd Trump here.
One.
A slightly thicker kiss on the blue would have been much more beneficial.
Brown ball.
Now that takes some nerve. It looked like the simplest thing in the world, but rolling up behind a ball colour on these super fast match cloths, that was very delicate indeed.
That's enough to get the old nerves jangling, isn't it? That type of shot. We've seen that shot so many times from players where they ended up not hitting it hard enough and ended up having to play the next one from behind there. It's a nervy one. Played beautifully.
That's the kind of shot you'd play in the first frame, not the last.
Well, he's just looking at possibly playing. He's got to be so accurate here. Just left of the middle pocket and just try and miss that pink and lay into the reds. But if he misses the reds, he could leave that red next to the black, so he's got to be careful. Oh, what's he done here? Swerved it too much.
Foul and a miss.
And that will go back, nothing left on.
In 32 years as a professional, Mark Williams has seen pretty much everything. But I tell you what, the nerves will be jangling right now. Throughout the day, so much is at stake.
Mark? Yeah, Judd, thank you.
So maybe he's trying to swerve it to try and hit that red left to the black. Not enough this time.
Foul and a miss. Shot round 4.
I know that it was just a nestle-in behind the ball colour, but I think the way he played it to get the white so close to the brown, I think he deserves these points.
Yeah, and they could prove valuable. That's 8 points already. This looks better. Very, very good. We'll be happy with that. Good shot. From Judd Trump's perspective, Phil, I mean, you know, we joked a little bit about that he was looking at Skyscanner when he was 4-0 down to use it earlier on in the tournament. I mean, how many times have we seen that over the years where a player is almost out of the tournament, managed to escape and goes on, well, and wins the tournament. And he's in the final now, one match away, but it could well possibly happen.
Yeah, I mentioned the RonnieO'Sullivan German Masters triumph in 2012 yesterday when he was 4-0 down in the same round, the last 32 to Andrew Higginson, came back to win 5-4. He didn't just win that tournament, he went on a very successful sequence of tournament successes after that. Moral of the story, Ken, as you well know, never give up.
Yeah, and for Mark Williams as well, he had a really tough match in his last 32 against Thepchai Inu from Thailand. Eventually came through 5-4 when he said it was the worst he'd ever played as a professional and won. That takes some, well, mistake. Be very disappointed with that. So both players have had their trials and tribulations on the way to this final, and of course Judd Trump had that epic semi-final against Sean Murphy, 6-5. And right down to the colours.
One.
One of the subplots today: can Judd Trump make 3 centuries and reach 1,000 in professional competition for his career?
3.
This, though, is not the frame to do it. He just wants to win it in any manner possible.
Four.
Well, another one. Well, that's just pure adrenaline. Adrenaline in the creates you hitting the ball that little bit harder than you would have liked. And that's how he went out of position there. So another missed chance from Judd Trump.
The red is cuttable. Both, though, are feeling it. It's quite obvious. Neither settled yet.
One.
Played that very nicely indeed.
8.
Now trying to work out how he's going to go, what sort of pattern he's going to take to try and win the frame
9.
from this visit. The pink is in a good position here actually, although he's gone a little bit close to this
16.
right hand side cushion. The 2 reds that are on the left hand side, not really a problem for him. Plenty of room behind them.
17.
And he's got a lovely angle. He can stun right across to those 2 reds, I think. Maybe not. So pink it is. Played that well. Lovely control. Safely in. Now this is the key shot. Can he get right on the side cushion there, just behind these 2 reds? He could have the reds into this bottom left hand corner, bottom right hand corner, even possibly into the right centre. But this is a touch shot. He's got to be perfect with the cue ball. Needs to miss the blue. He hasn't. Mistake.
27.
Chance gone.
Mark Williams, 27.
No thoughts of taking on the red.
No, it's turned out to be a good safety shot, because that kiss on the yellow, well, it's snookered mark on this red. It's close to the top cushion, the red to the right of the black as well. It's worked out okay for Judd Trump here. He may play cushion first, just catch this red on the way back and get that cue ball back to bulk. Yeah, well played. Well played. He did as well as, well, if he had missed the blue, it might have been nicer. But this red is potable, but cue ball going into the other reds makes it so much more difficult. So good with the rest, Mark Williams.
What?
Trump has looked a little bit edgy for me, Phil, on first reflection in this frame. He's got an easy roll up behind the brown here, but he wants to take the opportunity to try and get close to this red and win the frame from this visit.
I think this kind of frame would suit Williams more than Trump. Throughout his career, he's won a very high percentage of disjointed, staccato kind of frames. Well, that was the best shot of the frame, and it could be the most consequential.
Yeah, and what a great decision, you know, to take the yellow on, not to roll in behind the brown and hope for a better chance.
11.
With so much belief in his long pot, and gave himself an opportunity at that red. Duly dispatched, and now should win the frame from this visit.
13.
.25 ahead, 25 remaining, but this green shouldn't be a problem. Been a scrappy affair, but Mark Williams won't worry about that. He'll be delighted to have got the first frame on the board.
16. 20. 25.
Mark Williams played brilliantly to win the Tour Championship at the tail end of last season.
31.
He didn't play brilliantly in that frame, but he played okay and had a better end game. So the former world number one leads the current world number one 1-0
Frame.
to their first ever meeting. It was in the qualifiers for the 2008 Bahrain Championship. It was at a now defunct holiday camp in North Wales. For the record, Trump won 5-2, made a couple of centuries. He was a teenager back then, and I think plenty of people realised he had got a big future.
Well, you can't beat those old days in Prestat in North Wales. A nice winter morning, Phil. Wind blowing in off the Irish Sea. Those lovely chalets with the blue blankets, I'll never forget them. Good return of safety from Judd Trump. He's taking this on, big shot. Not worked out too badly. Could have been a lot worse, that. He has a possible pot, Judd, into the left centre pocket, but fraught with a lot of danger. That's why I think he's going to refuse it. Yeah. More prudent just to wait for a better chance. You've got a good cue ball.
That was a large ask.
Thank you. 1. Six.
Trump's intent here to make a sizable break and get his final underway, get his cue arm going, feel involved.
Seven.
Yeah, perfect opportunity here. Plenty of loose reds. Black available into that left corner pocket, which he may play on after the next red.
13. 14.
And if he's got an angle, he may just brush that red just to the right of the black out of the way. He doesn't have to on this occasion, but, well, maybe not. That red is available into this left corner, so that makes a difference. Well, that wasn't great. He was trying to get on that red into the same pocket as the black, but
21.
that little kiss on the red is sort of upset things a little bit here.
22.
And that red just right, the black's just causing problems here. Have to be able to get it out of the way as soon as possible.
$28. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's just
29.
sort of spiraled out of control, this break, a little bit once again. overhit the cue ball. And it's just all come from that little kiss on that red, where it was available into the left corner, then just a bad positional shot. Missed it. Missed it.
Judd Trump 29.
So the edginess continues for Judd Trump. He hasn't settled yet in this final.
I think it's worth bearing in mind what happened in their only previous final. It was the Masters early last year. Yes, Trump eventually won 10-8, but he was 8-7 down. Williams might well have won that one.
One.
Yeah, they've had a couple of cracking matches over the distance. That semi-final that I alluded to as well a couple of years ago went 17-16 to Trump.
Six.
Williams, on occasion, has been known to confuse the brown
Mark
for a
Williams,
red
6.
when it's close to the pack. Thankfully, he didn't do on that occasion.
Yeah, it's quite amazing that he is colourblind. It's hard to distinguish the brown from the reds, as you said. Sometimes he has to ask the referee. Peter Ebdon was the same, of course, as well. Felt he had to take that red on, try and pot himself out of trouble. Well, he has left this red, and there's enough room, of course, from the ball cushion to dig down on the cue ball to avoid the black and red. Shot that he's normally very proficient at. Yeah, very good. Very, very good. Needs a nice kiss, and that's not it. He's unlucky there.
One.
The brown or the pink?
That's
Yeah,
the
now he's there. He's asking the referee, is that the brown? He's allowed to do that. The brown is the
Bravo.
shot. If he pots the brown, as difficult as it is, there's a couple of reds waiting for him. Big shot this already. Oh, it just edged in, wiped its feet, but what a shot.
I'm surprised that went. That caught an awful lot of the jaw.
5.
Seemed there as though it was definitely a little too high. And tiny things like that make massive differences.
Six.
Yeah, well, I think he probably deserved it. I mean, it was such a high tariff shot.
11.
So brave. Admirable to take it on. And it could prove very fruitful indeed. Still a bit of work to do. Trying to knock this red away from the black. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Delicate little cannon, just on the edge. Red of the bunch. Can he just miss the red, just above the black, and just catch the left-hand side of the red? Very delicate shot. Could go wrong, this. Maybe he's playing it with a bit of power now instead. Yeah, he couldn't do it. Couldn't miss the red. And that's in the break, I feel, unless he
19.
makes a double here.
Mark Williams 19.
Now that's the kind of pot that can get you going. But look at this. Caught it slightly too thick. That's why the cue ball didn't have the reaction he anticipated. A little unlucky.
Yeah, and what's even more unlucky for Judd is that he can't just roll up behind the yellow. Cue ball is too far forward. He can't get behind the yellow, so he's just got to brush off it. I think he'd be just delighted to be back at the table, Phil.
Yeah.
You know, we thought Mark Williams put that wonderful brown, that could be it.
Set right. 1.
So once again, a little bit of a sort of protracted, scrappy frame. And as you said, Phil, like, Williams would probably enjoy these frames more than Judd Trump will. He wins such a high percentage of these particular type of frames. And there's an excellent safety shot as well.
That's the great asset of Williams. He can play tight stuff, he can keep his patience when it's scrappy, and yet then all of a sudden he can go on a very fluent run as he did last night against Si Jiahui. But Judd Trump's safety game improving all the time. And that for Williams was a surprising misjudgment.
One.
Well, talk about surprising, Ken. That was the biggest surprise of the lot.
I can't believe he missed it. I have to see that again.
One.
Well, it just shows you. As we always say, it's an old saying, old cliche in snooker, you never settle until you win that first frame, even in the best of 19. And that's quite evident at the moment. But Mark Williams, well, he hasn't
Mark Williams
capitalised. Both players still very, very edgy.
One.
This red on the right hand side cushion is going to prove
8.
very pivotal, the culmination of this frame. He has an angle on the red here now that he could pot this red and try and bring the other red out into play. That's what he tried.
9.
He's got an angle, I think, on the pink. He can get right behind the red, but it's still going to prove difficult down that rail. Yeah, just a big shot. Got himself
50.
into a position where he sort of forced himself to take this red on. If it's close to the cushion, sticking to the cushion, it'll make it a little bit easier. But with the extended rest, well, it's very missable.
Thank you. Judd Trump, 15.
Again, Trump falters, and this time there's a clear path for Mark Williams to double his lead.
One. Eight.
The yellow marginally off its spot, but no positional problems for the Welshman.
Yeah, taking
10.
that black means that he needs up to and including the pink. The brown to blue will be the shot, of course. That blue is far enough off this top cushion. It shouldn't be a problem,
13.
but this is the key shot. The cue ball's got to travel a lot of distance. Could screw right down past the pink and black. He may go off 2, possibly 3 cushions. That's the 1, 2, 3 cushions. As long as he doesn't get straight on the blue, it needs an angle.
17.
And he's okay.
This is a pressure ball, not a formality. Not a formality.
Mark Williams, 22.
Yeah, but surprising nonetheless. It's a shot he likes. Just playing it with top spin. No real pace on the cue ball. Normally he just floats them in dead weight, actually. But surprising miss, just shows you these lads still feel the pressure. Oh, he's played this well, Judd Trump. He's got a good distance between cue ball and pink. Excellent shot. Very well played.
That was almost one of the most outrageous flukes you're ever likely to see, and in the end, Williams hasn't been lucky, he's been unlucky.
Yeah, it's a natural angle as well. Cue ball down towards this black. It's there. Is he on the black? Needs a bounce off the cushion.
6.
Well, it's not straightforward to cut back into a blind pocket.
Have we just seen a turning point? Okay, it's only the second frame of a possible 19, but Williams should be leading 2-0. As it is, the first couple of frames have been shared. Really good red knocked in, but now it's the examination of cueing. The straight recovery blue to a block pocket.
Mark Williams, 1.
Close, Ken, very close, but not close enough.
Yeah, and that may be the result of what happened in the previous frame. I think if Mark Williams had a pot of that pink in the previous frame, 2-0 up, that blue would have gone in.
Thank you. 1.
Nice shot with the rest. He's got a nice and straight on this pink. He can just drop on this red just above the black spot. The pink may, if it doesn't spot on its own spot, it may go on the black spot. Yeah.
7. Eight.
Gives himself a nice angle, but this pack is not completely ideal to go into. He's got a nice angle on the pink, and of course he is blessed with wonderful cue power, but it's not a pack that you could really screw into. He may just have to stun into one of these reds just above the pink.
Put your phones up, please.
Always so unfortunate when a player is addressing a shot and a mobile phone pings.
Yeah, just brushed off the pack. Just try to disturb 1 or 2, but it's always going to be on this red, so it's not too bad. He's got a nice angle. The pink, he can play for the red just below the pink.
21. 22.
So much at stake for Judd today.
29.
If he wins, his lead at the top of the world rankings will be a little over 495,000 points, so he'll stay there for quite some time. So many other ancillary benefits as well, as he plays this one right-handed.
He's played it absolutely superbly well. What a positional shot that was.
34.
A little bit of right-hand side just to widen the angle off that ball cushion. Missed the brown.
35.
Yes, of course. And both players are probably guaranteed, Phil, to be in all the big events as well. The Grand Prix, the Players, the Tour, more or less.
Yes, indeed, that is all locked up. Of course, they were both already qualified
41.
for the forthcoming Champion of Champions.
42.
Well, this is the key shot. Nice and low on the pink. into the pack of reds, hoping to at least bring out one. And how's your look? I think he's okay. Pink, unfortunately, this time gone back on its spot, so it's tied up for the moment. Oh, cue ball dangerously close to that middle pocket.
49.
He better tiptoe around to not go too heavy on the floor, just in case it drops in.
Yeah, no one slam a door.
Hit it quick. Not sure what you can play on. Is there a red available into this bottom right corner pocket? Can't really do anything here, only drop the blue in, but not quite sure. He's coming around to have a look. Does the red pass the other red into this bottom corner?
You can't imagine more awkward queuing than this, Ken.
What a bird's eye view. Oh, it was awkward. He was trying to force it in.
49.
Which would tell you that none of these reds pot into this bottom right corner pocket. So he's got away with it.
It was only a modest run of 49, but that's the highest break of the final so far.
Foul and a miss. Mark Williams 4.
Thought he might reach because these tables are so fast, but he didn't quite have enough pace. Almost certainly, having had the dress rehearsal, he'll make contact this time.
Didn't quite get a chance to see. Is that okay? Yeah. Mark, thank you.
Yeah, good hit. Such a delicate and deft touch. Mark can't get back to ball here, so he's just laying off the red. Not touching, so a little bit of cat and mouse to follow for a little while.
But not a re-rack cat and mouse situation with Trump 44 ahead. That's the last thing he'd want.
Maybe touching. No, it was close. I think he can get back to balk this time, Mark. Just come off the right hand side of this red. A little bit of left hand side. Widen the angle off the cushion. Got to avoid brown or yellow here. Bit pacey. Won't be entirely happy with that. Yeah, you just cannot afford to let this man get his hand on the table, and there's a possibility of a long pot such as that. Mark is well aware of his opponent's capabilities in that department. One of the best, well, not only in the business now, but probably that there's ever been. It's won him so many frames, got him out of trouble so many times.
5.
Could very well do win this frame for him as well. Wonderful opening red from Judd Trump. That last
6.
frame, I don't know, we always say it's so early days, Phil, in this best of 19, but winning that last frame, it made such a difference to Judd Trump, I feel. Mark Williams would have had him on the back foot at 2-0.
Exactly, just because it's early in the piece doesn't
12.
mean to say it's not important. The most important frame in the World Final, which is best of 35, can be the opening frame. Not very often,
13.
but it can be in terms of setting the tone. And maybe that will be the case here.
$90. $20.
He just looked a little bit more nervous than Mark Williams in those first couple of frames and opening exchanges. Seems a little bit of looseness to his game now. Settle down.
27.
Sure, the breaks will come.
28.
They're a little bit protracted at the moment, but I'm sure both players, once into their stride, will be due some big breaks. It's fascinating.
$34. Judd Trump, 34, and a 4.
So, breaks of 49 and then a clinching 34. Judd Trump, after being 1-0 down, leads that man, Mark Williams, 2-1. It could hardly be more modern.
Mark
Some of the
Williams
buildings here are architectural gems. Get the feeling this final will be. It's a slow burner so far, the first 3 frames, nothing of great spectacle, but you know it will improve. I'll tell you what, Judd Trump does not lack incentives, chasing history, as we've already discussed before the final began. Looking for his 29th ranking title, which would place him 4th on the all-time list already. Currently in a tie with Steve Davis with 28 ranking titles. Only John Higgins, Stephen Hendry and Ronnie O'Sullivan have snared more. That, by the way, that list was in ascending order.
Yeah, it's an incredible feat already, and he's still relatively a young man. 15 years junior of his opponent today. The way he's gone, Phil, he could bag, well, could be another 28 or 29 ranking titles. This one he would love as much as any. That was miscalculated, completely missed the red. Now, has he left anything? Has he been fortunate? There is a red The bottom red, just left of the black spot, will pot for sure. Could have been easier.
Mark Williams 1.
Well, Williams is convinced that was in.
That's quite incredible because he was walking around to play his next shot. So the minute he hit it, I thought that was in. We saw red in an earlier frame where
What?
it may have drifted off into the right centre pocket. Could have happened there. That wasn't the best shot from Judd Trump. He's hoping to avoid the reds and maybe get back up for that yellow over the middle, but no. Well, could be just a safety shot here.
Brown ball. Set Trump 1.
Don't very often see that at this level. The first 3 reds of a frame potted without a colour.
On the left or on the right? The back red. Yeah. Thank you.
No contact made with any intervening balls, but the white has stopped short of the baulk line. And you don't want to get into a situation where Trump's got his hand on the table.
Yeah, once again, we saw in the previous frame, you know, once he gets his hand on the table, he's just so confident knocking those long balls in. Gets a very high percentage of them. Now, does this red pass the black into the centre pocket? He's hoping it does. Be straightforward. If not, maybe a plant is there in the middle of that bunch into this left-hand corner pocket. He's looking at the 2 reds. They look like they're in a line. Can be easily made. Yeah, it looks pretty good. No problem at all.
4.
So everything nicely in the open for Judd Trump here. Can he win a frame with 1 visit? It's the only thing that's sort of been lacking so far. It's been, as I said, a bit scrappy. Mark Williams, a couple of safety shots. He didn't get down to the ball cushion. And of course that missed pink from Mark Williams in the second frame. That would have given him a 2-0 lead. That's going to hurt.
This is definitely the best chance to score heavily
18.
that Trump's had.
19.
And normally he would fully exploit this, but these are not normal circumstances because of what's up for grabs.
$26. 27.
This time we'll have to
34.
play on pink or blue.
$35.
Yeah, nicely played. Nice weight of cue ball. I think the pink.
Sure.
I think the pink does pot into this bottom right corner pocket, so he could play on it now because he's going to need a little
40.
cannon maybe on. There's a couple of reds just below the pink.
$41.
And that looks just about perfect. So this one shot, if he plays it right, we'll open a couple of reds into the same pocket as the pink and should be playing sailing. Well, doesn't have anything into the right corner, but he's managed to knock one
47.
onto the left corner.
Judd Trump 3 pots away from a 3-1 lead.
Thank you. 48.
Not rushing, making absolutely sure. But will the frame ball red prove
53.
tantalisingly elusive? 54 in front, but 59 remain on the table.
Yeah, that was the important red. Nicely played. Quick glance at the score. 55 in front, 51 just remaining. Yeah, wiped his feet, but happily in for
60.
Judd Trump. He still has the possibility, of course. He's on 997 centuries. I'd love to make 1,000 before the end of this final. It's going to be very difficult with the situation at the table now, but he'll keep going for sure.
66. Judd Trump 66 and the frame.
No century this time, but a break of 66. The highest of the final to date. And Judd Trump, after losing the first frame, wins the next 3.
Judd Trump has been solid enough in opening up this 2-frame advantage. 4 more frames to play here until the break for the evening. Both players, of course, so used to winning. Judd Trump 28 ranking titles, Williams 26. Trump obviously in more recent times has been the more dominant winner, but Williams picked up 2 trophies last season. Wants this cue ball to hold up, or a little kiss would be handy.
1.
He was tweeting in the interval in the usual sort of self-deprecating way, hitting more cushions than pots and all that, but as ever, once he gets out there, it's back to business. Not quite as he hoped there.
5.
Not his favourite pocket. That's the one he missed that pink into, and the red has
Okay,
rebounded
it's
and
fine.
left it on here for Trump.
I'd love to get this. Just wondering, will he play for the black here?
One.
He has done. He's played low on the black. And the red just above the black spot to the left will pot into the right corner, so not to do much, but these are very tricky with a bit of pace. Oh, nicely in.
Eight. Nine.
It's a lovely piece on the late Ray Reardon there in the interval, and it's worth remembering he didn't turn professional, Reardon, until he was 35. There was no professional game. That's the age Trump is now, so it just shows you how different it was in those days and what an opportunity the players have these days.
Yeah, it's quite incredible stat that. It sort of puts
60.
things in perspective a little bit, and he still managed, of course, to win all those world titles, 6 in all.
17.
It's actually quite heartwarming watching that little footage, you know, and what a gentleman he was, Ray Reardon. What a great ambassador for the game. Plenty of pace, plenty of side spin, but
24.
hasn't unlocked any reds, straightforward reds. This is a loose red. He's going to play it. Looks like he's playing it into the right centre. Very cute angle. No.
Judd 24.
Yeah, it's been a rather bitty match, hasn't it? Just that 66 from Trump, the only sort of sizable break so far in frame 4. Mark Williams, of course, could still be in front coming back tonight, but certainly he needs to be in touch. So at least 2 of the 4 you feel would be the target.
Yeah, there's that old adage that they say in snooker that you can't win the final in the first session, but you can go a long way to losing it. And that's what Judd Trump will try and keep that pressure on his opponent. He knows he's missed a few opportunities, and he knows that's playing a little bit on his mind. So he's vulnerable, Mark Williams. Trump will try and keep exerting that pressure on him. A 6-2 lead going into the final session would be massive. That's what he'd be hoping for. He's blocked this red. It's close to the left hand corner pocket. Trump's got to be careful here. He's got to try and, if he tries to get back to balk, he's got to make sure that he doesn't leave that red. Going close to the corner pocket.
it made a big difference there, Trump not going in off. Williams would have had a relatively easy pot compared to the one he was left with. As it is, Trump now with this chance. So really, since Williams missed that pink to win the second frame, nothing's really gone for him.
One.
It's one of those shots, isn't it? That missed pink from Williams is probably still playing on his mind. Trump at the time wasn't completely settled, and a 2-0 lead would have been very advantageous.
7.
Mark Williams had the pink being dispatched. Cut back on this red into this left corner pocket. Ah, lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Needs the cue ball to slow down or speed up. Get by that yellow.
8.
Of all the places.
It's sort of been that kind of match, hasn't it? Things are just going a bit awkward. Could have been away here. He lands on the black. To test the sort of discipline, really. But he'll know that Mark Williams doesn't mind scrappy frames. He doesn't mind what sort of frame it is. Trump has to keep the same sort of poise and not get too frustrated if he does lose his way. That man's waiting to get back into this match.
Trump 8.
All the matches we've had here, though, of course, the whole tour came here, all the wild cards. You wonder, will there be shocks? Will there be upsets? Well, there were a few, but we've ended up with 2 real established winners in the final.
Touching ball.
He's got to be careful here, Judd Trump. There's 2 reds just to the left of that pack that if he plays down behind the pink, he doesn't want to leave a possibility of a plant. And that's why he's put the cue ball over that side of the table. Well, this could be dangerous if he tries to play this cue ball back to balk. It will be reds coming away from that pack. He's got to be careful he doesn't knock a red towards this left corner. Decided to play the loose one, and he's played it pretty well.
You can certainly see the respect between the two of them, and they've had some great matches. That semi-final at the Crucible 2 years ago that went the full distance, 4 centuries each. The Masters final was close as well the following year. Plus, of course, they're playing effectively for 300,000 today. It's a massive, massive occasion. Well, this time he's not got away with it. All sorts of kisses. Now, Mark Williams must get going here, you feel.
One.
it's okay. Black won't go on its own spot, of course. But the blue spot is available, so Mark Williams won't mind. Pink spot may be available as well. He's having a look. Referee getting his marker out just to make sure. Mark Williams will be hoping it goes on the blue spot.
8. Nine. $15.
Mark Williams just had a quick look to see if that pink pots. Maybe doesn't, so into the left corner that is, so he has to go back up for blue or black here. That didn't go into the middle of
16.
the pocket, as you saw. So slightly out of position. Oh, doesn't want to hit the bump. Oh, it's okay. Thought that was gonna scupper his plans, but it's alright. He's got this red nicely into this bottom right corner pocket. Referee Olivier Martial just asking Mark just to hold on 1 second. He's got to get it dead level with the black and of course in line with the pink and the top cushion, as close to his spot as possible.
21. $22.
Well, we all know how much of a laid-back character Mark Williams is, but he showed his frustration there. He knows this is such an important visit. Just didn't get the screw back into the cue ball he wanted. The blue should still be on into that right centre pocket. Can't be touching the black, of course. Should still go. Black will definitely go, but it's a bit more of an acute angle.
Black ball. Mark Williams 22.
Just never really liked it, did he? It took a long time to play it, and he's missed it. So Trump presented him with that opening, but not much came from it.
One.
An anxious look. Is he on the red?
6.
No. So a little bit of a glimmer of hope for Mark Williams still in this frame. Cannon's gone wrong.
Judd Trump 6.
A decent safety shot though. Williams has gone a little bit ragged. Couple of misplaced shots now he's played. However, to Trump at the moment, not able to capitalise on it. Another cannon that's gone wrong. May still be on this pink, but it's a lot more difficult.
Ping ball.
Well, it's a good pot, but again, things just going awkward. It's that sort of frame right now. Better kiss, and he's going to be on a red. Every frame, though, counts the same, whether you make a century or whether it's nip and tuck. And certainly if Trump can win this one, then the prospect of going off into the distance is very much there.
Yeah, there is a gap. He slides off the right hand side of this red as we look down. Just missed the black and the red near the top cushion. Well, he certainly didn't play it like that, and that's been
Trump 7.
very fortunate to get the cue ball back there. Will Mark Williams take this red on? Very risky.
Frames like this, concentration is so important. Because it's not the sort of snooker certainly that Trump would choose to be playing. It's just a few things gone awkward.
Trump won't mind that blue going safe, particularly with an 18-point lead. He's gonna. Mike Williams will need that blue if he gets a chance. This is cuttable. No, but still hasn't really settled since that second frame, and that pink missed into the right centre. To Trump knows he's got his man on the rope slightly here. He wants to keep him there. An implement that he has missed a few shots with already in this final. Don't expect him to miss this one. Oh, needs to slow up the cue ball. It's going too fast, I think.
8.
He's playing for the red into the yellow pocket. He's got this red into the middle.
9.
Yeah, nicely played. But still a little bit to do. He's going to need that last red. Quick check of the scoreboards. How does he get close to that red? Does he keep it tight, put a colour safe? He already has the blue safe. He could play off the green. Put the green safe, extra insurance, and try and get a snooker. In behind the blue. This looks pretty good. Oh, great attempt.
Well, there's that discipline I was talking about. He didn't actually get tied to the blue, but it was a good effort. .27 in the frame, 35 on.
Thank you.
Well, it's not hard enough. So a chance for Mark Williams to pot this red. Needs one good pot. That's more like it. Judd Trump on his last visit to the table, when he potted the red, tried to get that green safe. It didn't really get it glued to the right hand side cushion, which in turn may give Mark Williams the opportunity. Pot this yellow, get between the gap of the green and brown. Get nicely onto the green and always missed it. He hasn't missed many with the rest.
Mark Williams, 3.
Judd Trump just made sure of getting the yellow safe there, but he could have done with getting a bit more distance with the cue ball. He could be tucked in behind the green here. And is there a gap between green and brown? Well, cleverly tried to bring the green off the cushion, but not the way he would have liked. He's left a possible pot on the yellow here. Should have got that yellow tight to that cushion. Yeah, you just cannot give this man chances like that, particularly with his hand on the table, time and time again. He will knock those long balls in. That was a big mistake from Mark Williams. Very surprising. He's normally so clever and crafty, astute with a safety. Well, it's cost him.
Yeah, tough old frame. Ball's going awkward. 28 minutes, but they all count the same, as I say. And now that Trump has got it won, a real opportunity for him to open up a big gap coming back tonight. Judd Trump has toughed his way through that one. Mark Williams not quite right yet in this final. Trump taking advantage to lead 4-1 to be crowned champion here at the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Neither's played their best yet, but Trump has played better for sure. And as I say, he's kept his discipline when things have gone scrappy, just eked out enough chances in the end to win that last frame, relied again on a slight Williams error. He was trying to free the green but left the long yellow on. Great pot from Trump. A lot of moving parts here. The black's gone safe. But the main thing for Williams is Trump missed the red.
One. Five.
Oh, what's he done there? He's playing for the red into the right centre pocket. He's overhit it by quite some distance. Oh, good recovery.
6.
Not one for bursting into the pack off the blue. Mark Williams prefers to, particularly if there's loose reds available, he will pick them off. Play for the red, left of the pink here, into the right centre. But eventually, he will have to go into those reds, particularly with the black being tied up.
15.
Still one at just directly above the black spot. He'll play on that next. And of course that will release the one to the left of it into a potable position. And he just wants to get his arm going, pot a few balls.
21.
Get that tension out of the arm. Well, he took a long time over that just to make sure that this pink is on into the right corner. And it may not respot on its own spot, which would help. It would mean it would go on the black spot. Once again, that's what he'd be hoping for. Looks like the pink spot is covered.
Just going to check.
Olivier Martial, I just want to check, but I don't think it goes now.
28. $29.
Yeah, picking these reds off nicely and doing so, building a nice lead so far.
36.
There is one red that is potable, but he may take the opportunity now just to go into the top of that little triangle of 6 and then push the other red towards the right corner. He'll be happy with that. That's okay.
41.
This is more like it from Williams. His highest break before this frame was just 35. That's not going to cut it in a final, clearly.
42.
Just felt that bounced a bit.
Yeah, I don't think the table is being recovered, so that means that this cloth has been on the match table all week. I'm not quite sure whether it would have been covered for the semi-final or not, but if it hasn't, it means it is going to speed up, of course. The cloth is going to wear, particularly on the cushions, and they're going to come off a little bit faster. And that's exactly what happened there. That's okay. He still had a nice angle to go into the pack and used it nicely.
This is more like it from Mark Williams, more the sort of snooker he's played to get to the final. He's 42nd in a ranking event. That's one more than the great Steve Davis.
49.
He's always had lovely touch, hasn't he, around the table. It sort of looks effortless, but of course that's a result of all the effort that's been put in that we haven't seen down the years.
55.
Yeah, it's just a lovely crafted break, isn't it? I mean, a little bit different in the way maybe likes of RonnieO'Sullivan or well, even Judd Trump, the way he would go about a break. First opportunity to try and get the balls open quickly. He's adapted his game and his break building a little bit more in line with sort of Mark Williams, but that is the first one that's gone wrong.
62.
Needed one more red to guarantee the frame.
Exactly. The worst possible time really to go wrong. Well, he could still see this one.
63.
So he has potted it, and it should be 4-2. I think the interesting difference between these two, Judd Trump quite often to motivate himself will talk himself up. Mark Williams will talk himself down. You can't meet anyone more self-deprecating than Mark. But make no mistake, out in the middle, he wants to win. And this is an excellent break, just at the right time, because he was struggling to put anything together prior to this frame.
76.
Yeah, I totally agree. It looked still a little bit edgy, particularly in that previous frame, but this will, well, this is just what the doctor ordered.
81.
This will do him the world of good. What a beautifully controlled break.
82.
Just picked off the reds. Very measured, but very effective. Yeah, we're hearing the table was recovered on Monday and indeed Thursday night, so you wouldn't really expect big bounces. This will do him the world of good, particularly in his last couple of frames coming up before the end of the session.
Yeah, we knew the quality was in there. It was up to Williams, of course, to bring it out. He's made 2 centuries so far in the tournament.
96.
We've had a total of 87 since day one. Of course, Nopin Sengham, top of the shop with his maximum. Seems a long time ago, that. Classy stuff, this, from Mark Williams. Stepping in and stepping up when he had to. Brown for the century. Warmly applauded by the crowd here in Riyadh, who now are being treated to a much closer contest. Trump was hoping to pull away, of course, from 4-1. As Williams gets the black into play. to try and make this total clearance. Wonderful stuff. Well, it's going to be a trick shot, is it, on the black? How's it looking? Get in, they shout, and in it goes. Brilliant. From the Welshman, Mark Williams, with 121 total clearance. A trick shot to finish, to trail Judd Trump 4-2.
Love to see more crowds, of course, hopefully for next year. I think it's a 10-year deal, so it's going to get better and better each year, but what a wonderful start. Hopefully we're going to have a wonderful finish tonight as well.
Well, we've not had a decider in a ranking event final since January 2023, incredibly. It was Judd at Trump actually lost to Mark Allen at the World Grand Prix 10-9, so I just wonder, we seem to be due one. Overdue one, actually. Now it's classic Williams. Still just a great potter. He says he can't see properly, but from where we're sitting, his eye is looking pretty good shape.
Three. Four.
Yeah, once again, even though he has a nice angle on the blue, he's reluctant to go into the pack and take a chance. But sometimes it's not a bad idea. Let's see what he's done here. Is he going to try and avoid the pack? Just playing a loose red? Yeah. No, he's gone into the reds. Now how's the... I think he's on this red, near the black.
Ten.
Judd Trump was having it all his own way from 1-0 down. Particularly when he won that very close second frame, but Mark Williams has found a bit of form now from nowhere.
15.
Maybe that century break in the last frame is going to give him that bit of inspiration he needed. Ooh,
16.
Big bounce once again. Lost the cue ball. What a shot. The fact that he was left-handed, but the fact that he's well over 6 foot, he could make that shot, but brilliant pot. And to keep the break going and hold for that red was even better.
Switch it off, please. 30.
This time needs a good split. No reds available. Has to develop something here. How's your luck? He may be on a red into the left centre. I think he's okay.
37.
Well, he's really found something from somewhere, hasn't he? I mean, he was struggling, but it's just really clicked into gear. And again, it's that temperament, I think. The fact that he wasn't getting on his own case when he was struggling. Judd Trump at 4-1, you felt could really pull away in this session.
Wonderful recovery shot to keep the break going. Yeah, it's just a beautiful touch again. Glancing that red, holding the cue ball.
45.
Such an inspirational player. Looked totally all at sea at 4-1. Found something from somewhere, and now looks imperious once again.
$54.
Getting closer then, 61 with the black. So, another red and a black, and that should be 4-3.
Obviously spotted a plant into
61.
this right corner pocket. Yeah, no problem.
62.
So black to leave. Judd Trump needing the snooker. And in quick succession, he's reeled off 2 frames. He will cut the
69.
deficit just to 1 with 1 frame remaining in this session. What an important frame may prove to be. This has been vintage Mark Williams.
Yeah, it's not just winning the frames, is it? It's like you say how he's won them. 1 visit apiece. Stepping up several levels. Been a lot of talk, of course, about Judd Trump's centuries.
77.
But Williams with a chance to make back-to-back ones here in this final.
78.
Yeah, and it sends out a clear and present message to his opponent as well, that sometimes he may look down, but it's only take just a little bit of inspiration and he'd be, this is what he can do. A couple of frames very, very quickly.
86. $93.
You can never write this man off, Mark Williams.
94.
Well, early on in the break, he really had to pull up some trees to keep it going. Looking at this last red, but pink for the century. Back-to-back centuries for Mark Williams. Coming to life in style here in this final.
100.
He really is entertaining this crowd this afternoon. Couldn't put a ball and 4-1 down. Then all of a sudden just clicked into gear.
105.
And what a final
107.
session. Whatever way it goes, the last frame is going to be set up for tonight. And in a funny kind of way, Dave, it might actually even inspire Judd Trump. Sees the opponent firing on all cylinders. He knows he's going to have to up his game, up the scoring. We're in for a treat.
Yeah, it's going to be a special occasion tonight. Just a question of whether Williams can get level.
114.
He's played delightfully in these 2 frames, he really has. Could be back-to-back total clearances here.
119. $125.
So Mark Williams has joined the chat. What a terrific 2 frames that was. Back-to-back total clearances, 121, 132. And there's only 1 in it in the final. Trump's lead is cut to 4-3. Or will Trump carry a 5-3 lead into tonight? There'll be around about 3 hours break for the players. As I say, it's not just the fact he's narrowed the scores, and obviously that was what he was looking to do, it's how he's done it. One visit in each frame, just sending a message that Trump himself is going to have to up his game now.
Good safety from Judd Trump. Aggressive safety, opening up the reds. Got the cue ball back to the balk area. Main player containing safety shot. He's looking at maybe nestling on this red that's closest to the top cushion. Bit of trouble here. It's giving it some thought.
Wow. Fair to say he has well and truly arrived now in this match. What a pot from Mark Williams.
Yeah, shot of the match so far. He was, well, his back was right against the wall. Have a look at this. Beautiful.
Sort of ball, you know, Judd Trump so often knocks in. He's been a bit of a spectator, hasn't he, last 20 minutes?
This has travelled too far. Tried to get on that red, just left of the black. He's okay. He's still got a red up into, well, the yellow pocket, top left-hand corner pocket as we look. It goes into the left centre, obviously. He's going to play it up into the yellow pocket. He's always running into the blue there. So yellow with the rest, but once again, normally very proficient with the rest. Pressure though on this one. No problem. No problem whatsoever. And good position as well.
Well, what must Trump think? He's watching a player who's gone from sort of 4 to 10, you know, with nowhere in between. He was struggling, Mark Williams, but now looking $1 million.
7.
He's let that one go a little bit. I was hoping to get by that little bunch of reds, but around the pink and get onto that red left of the black. Hampered slightly on this red. This is missable. If he was just playing it with topspin and dropping it in, well, it's a lot easier. But he's got to put a bit of purchase on the cue ball to get it up for the blue. It was always missable. Yeah, it's just the previous shot wasn't great. One chance missed.
Well, now, fancied him for that one, but he's been a little cold, hasn't he, of late, as Williams has been doing all the heavy hitting. So Williams not punished, and back in.
Oh, I don't know what happened there, but he was a long, long way away from this pocket. And that was, well, pardon the pun, but completely out of the blue. Well, just the pace alone helped that just drop in off the knuckle. Any harder and certainly wouldn't have gone. Now, can Judd Trump respond?
It's a frame that really is no more important than any other, but because it's the last of the session, it feels it, because there's going to be a break. And Trump, having led 4-1, will be disappointed for sure with 4-4, and then 2.5 hours of kicking his heels. He wants to at least end the afternoon in front.
6. 7.
But of course, Trump has had so much experience in recent times in major finals. He's been in every position. He's trailed, he's led. You've got to deal with it all and just try and look after your own stuff. This is his chance to, as I say, end with that 2-frame advantage.
12.
Yeah, I think in situations like this, he has the experience, of course. He would just treat this frame as if it's the last. And everything that's gone before, well, can't be undone. He's just got to just try and win this frame, get out of the session, and do what he would have hoped he coming into the session, and that's win it. Have some sort of a lead going into tonight. Oh, it's gone wrong. It's not the best kiss. Reds blocking each other into the left corner pocket. This red is cuttable left of the black spot, but we'll have to get the extended rest and extension out, and it's missable.
Thank you. Check round 18. Foul. Check round 4.
Wow, all sorts happening. But as I say, it's just magnified, this frame, because it's the last of the session. It just feels bigger. Can Trump settle himself again? He leads by 9 points.
What? Trump 1.
Well, this is how the match began, really nervy and unexpected errors. What's it going to be like if we're sort of 8-all or even 9-all tonight?
That's no good. It's hoping to get on the pink. Definitely won't be taking this blue on. Try and hide that cue ball off the brown, in behind the yellow.
Mark Williams 1.
So the frame still in the balance. Another mistake from Judd Trump, and he's going to leave this red.
Yeah, Trump is just handing chances here. And he's had plenty himself in this frame. Maybe he just needs the break now. He needs that bit of rest before tonight.
1.
Well, that's no good. Needs a better angle on this yellow. Yellow looks very, very straight. The cue ball's got to travel good distance. Very hard to generate enough power taking the yellow on here. He's looking at possibly cutting the green back, but that would be very risky. Trying a deep screw. Well, he's done as well as he could there. Lots of reverse side.
3.
That was an excellent shot. Back in position. What a massive frame this could turn out to be. Judd Trump has had 2 really good chances to win this frame. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. Would you believe it? Wow. Both players really feeling it.
Yeah. Very unexpected. So, Judd Trump then, look where the reds are here. What an opportunity to get to 5-3 after all.
1.
Without having been at his brilliant best this afternoon.
Well, Mac Williams, we spoke about that pink into the right middle in the second frame cost him.
7.
Well, that pink. A relatively straightforward pink into the left
8.
centre pocket. Could cost him as well.
$14. 15.
We spoke about even best of 19. These frames are just so important. As you get towards the end of the match, you realise how important they are. 2 frames that, well, Mark Williams had in the palm of his hand. He's gifted them to his opponent.
21.
Yeah, and Judd Trump, I'm sure, would agree he's not played his best. He's played someone who's had 2 total clearances, so if he can pop the next 2 balls and be 5-3 up, he's got to be delighted.
22.
Delighted and relieved, I'd say. Another glance at the scoreboard.
Yeah, this is the one that should make it a 2-frame advantage for Judd Trump. There's going to be a lot more drama, though, tonight. That's when it's all going to happen.
Yeah, I can't wait for tonight. I mean, there's Mark Williams. He's contemplating
30.
about those chances, but Judd Trump is going to prevail. He'll have that 2-frame lead. But more fireworks you'd expect tonight.
33.
Yeah, more nerves, I'm sure. More great play, I'm sure. And the match is still anyone's. Okay, Williams would have loved 4-4, but from 4-1 down, he did produce those 2 great frames. And it really is up for grabs, this final. There's the handshake at the halfway stage. It's Judd Trump who holds the advantage in the final of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. He leads Mark Williams by 5 frames to 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, frame 9, Judd Trump to break.
The first session I thought was a real curate's egg. Lots of mistakes. That 2-frame purple patch from Williams, which couldn't get any better. In the end, Trump had the better of it without being out of second gear.
Yeah, he'll be delighted, won't he, Judd, to have this slender lead coming into tonight's session. What an inspirational couple of frames from Mark Williams. It just shows that it is still in the tank, it is still in there, and who knows, we could see plenty more of that tonight. So much at stake. What a night of snooker we've got ahead.
It's a night that neither player will forget. One of them will want to forget, but they won't be able to.
Well, the first attempted long red of the evening goes to Mark Williams and didn't get all that close to it.
Didn't seem the best contact, that, actually. The red seemed to jump a little. Maybe that could explain why he's on the incorrect side of the blue. But when it comes to recovery potting, you're looking at the very best in the business.
Yeah, again, he was absolutely perfect there, and he's just ran out of position, trying to judge the cannon off the red. Just misjudged it, tried to bring the black into play.
Jet ramp 6.
In a strange old way, you know, being a player, to see people like Mark Williams and Judd Trump struggle slightly in big finals. We're so used to seeing them just basically not missing regardless of the situation. It's quite nice in a strange way just to know that they are human and they can still make mistakes. Quite often you watch these guys in the most intense of situations and they just produce unbelievable snooker. It's not always that easy. This is a very tough game. And whoever wins this game tonight, and with it the tournament, will thoroughly deserve it.
Yes, and the overwhelming majority of snooker finals are over 2 sessions, and quite often you get a subdued first session and then an unforgettable second. I've also seen finals where the first session has been eye-wateringly good and then it's fizzled out. So maybe this is going to be in the right order.
Foul and a miss. Jet ramp 4.
Mark Williams with not enough pace on that cue ball, but Judd no value in having it back. He can play the same shot, try and get that cue ball back behind the green. And this time Mark doesn't have the option to come off the top cushion and rest into the red.
Cagey, and if ever that's understandable, this is the occasion.
I think the break after 8 frames came at a good time for both players, really. You know, we saw Judd Trump go into that 4-1 lead, and of course we all know what happened next. Those 2 brilliant, perfect frames from Mark Williams, and then Judd just to pinch the last. I think it's a fair reflection on the scoreline. And I think, as I say, they'll both be happy with to get out of there, basically, because it was all getting very tense. Had a chance to just settle themselves down, get out of the venue, chill out for a couple of hours. You know, these guys have put a lot of effort, a lot of energy into this tournament so far. Both players could well have easily gone out in their opening matches. Both came through deciding frames to arrive here for the title match.
The age-old shot of good players, the old shot to nothing. But if he can get in behind the green here, nice and snug.
Judd Trump 1.
That opening red indirectly could lead to plenty.
So that wily old fox, Mark Williams, has got to try and find his way out of trouble here. There's not an awful lot of options to try and rest on.
I'll tell you what, it must be a big occasion. Mark Williams has had a shave. It could be a close shave this evening in a different sense. He'd love to win by a whisker.
There's the door, Phil. Stop it, come on. It's the first frame.
Beautifully weighted cue ball.
And again, another spot of bother for Mark Williams. He can't really play the thin edge, so he may just be dumping the cue ball on this cushion. Needs to be careful not to push the red on. Now this red is potable to left middle for Judd Trump. It's very thin, but it's a chance. Oh, and that's a nice flick on the brown. You'll take that all day long. So first real good chance now falls to Judd Trump. Big first frame this, particularly for Mark Williams. Doesn't want to be sat there watching Judd at the table, 5-3 down.
So 2 shots, 2 flicks, and neither have done Trump any real harm. But then that red goes astray. Very, very surprisingly.
Seven. 14. 15.
Well, he's possibly got one or two more reds available that will pot without needing any cannons. And as he pots one, it may just release another.
22. $23.
Even though Trump won the last frame of the afternoon, he missed 3 pots. Williams didn't take advantage. He understands the importance of swooping on this unexpected opportunity.
Well, he may have landed on that red right in the middle, which would be absolutely perfect.
29.
Well, he doesn't seem bothered by that one in the middle, feels it's too tight.
30.
Well, he won't be best pleased with that
35.
contact to the pack of reds. He's lost the cue ball a fraction, had to try and force that cue ball down into that pack. Would have much preferred a slightly greater angle on the blue. This now a very tough pot with barely any angle.
36.
Great demonstration of his discipline there, Mark. Not trying to do anything daft with that one. Not risk missing the pot to get position. Just making sure he keeps control of the table for the time being.
Mark Williams, 36. Thank you, Judd.
Judd just getting up off the shot, allowing the referee, Olivier Martil, to see exactly where the white is placed in relation to the reds and what he can see, what he can't see.
Well, it can be quite deceiving at times when you're up that balk end. It can seem you only have a very thin edge, and by the time the cue ball gets past the object ball in front of it, you see that it's a lot thicker contact than you perhaps thought you could see, so a bit of a misjudgment from Judd. Oh, and a lovely struck shot from Mark Williams. Absolutely perfect now.
Halfway house there, though, with position.
3.
And again, he's slightly in between being perfect, so needs to play one good positional shot here. Yeah, this looks good.
6.
Big night for Mark Williams. Massive, in fact.
7.
He had a great season last year, but what a way to start this if he can lift this one. Been a pro for so long. 1992 he first got onto the tour. He'll have never won a single prize bigger than this tonight if he can go on and convert
40.
this match. Still means so much to him. You know, he plays it down at times, but my goodness me, he wants to get his hands on that trophy. Make no mistake. What a player.
That was frame ball.
22.
Yes, this would be the biggest payday of an illustrious career. It would equal Trump's biggest payday if he were to prevail. The biggest cheque for Williams so far, £425,000 for winning the World Championship in 2018. The third time he got his name engraved
32.
on the famous trophy. With 2 blocks of scoring and some tight safety, Mark Williams takes full advantage of an early Trump error. He's back within 1. It's 5-4. Frame 9, Mr. Red
Thank you, frame 10.
to middle
Mark Williams to break.
with the cue ball close to the side cushion. So Williams wants to win this one to get back onto level terms for the first time since 1-1.
But this type of red we see Judd Trump knocking so often. Can he find one here? Yes, he can. Well, he's lost the cue ball a fraction. It's not going to pull up in time. Now, maybe the time for a Judd Trump special on the brown is not the time. Well, he was straight enough on the green. I thought perhaps he was a little too close.
4.
Yes, he couldn't move the wide ball a great deal, and that's why there's jeopardy on this. Especially with the rest.
How well has he hit that?
5.
Brilliant strike from Judd. Not renowned for his rest plate. Step aside, Sean Murphy. Brilliant shot. Still plenty of work to do here. That black, if it pots to right corner, he may be okay. If it doesn't, there's some problem solving to be done.
Nine. 10.
Well, that was super reactivity of the cue ball in a different way. Bundles of side to get on the correct side of the blue.
$15. 16.
See there, Judd leaving himself low on this red just in case in respotting this black it doesn't pop. That way he's got the angle anyway to go up for the blue.
24.
Well, now he does have the perfect angle to get into this pack of reds. We've seen him refuse this type of shot a number of times this week, but not now. How's his luck? Well, he is on a red to right corner, possibly one to the green pocket as well.
29.
Didn't quite catch the pink as full as he would have liked.
Yeah, one of those where he wasn't ideal, but he couldn't complain, and now he's back sitting pretty.
And again, landed perfect on the blue to play the same shot, but he's been a bit unfortunate there. I thought they would have opened perfectly.
35.
Again, took a gamble just to try and kill the frame off with that one shot. If he gets that one shot right, you fancy him to mop them up. But is he on one?
Chetram, 35.
That was such a feature of his win over Jack Lisowski in the last 16 here. When he lost position, he didn't lose patience.
I just think it's a feature of Judd's game in general now that has improved so much in recent years. When he won that Northern Irish Open in 2018 and the floodgates opened in terms of ranking event wins for Judd, his all-round game has improved no end. We all know how good he is in the scoring department, but his safety play and the moves he makes on a snooker table now, just to box you in, is so impressive. It's why he's winning.
But he was saying yesterday, in the wake of his victory over Sean Murphy in the semi-finals, just how he hates to be defeated, loathes losing. And the incentive for him,
It's the other side.
more than having a good feeling about winning, is to avoid the bad feeling about losing. It was a sentiment so often echoed by Stephen Hendry.
Thank you. Foul and a miss. Chetram 4.
Fractionally short of pace. So Trump building a useful lead here. Mark Williams can see a ball directly.
Yeah. Chet. Yes. If I have to call a miss again, you lose the frame.
He knows the rules, but Olivier Martil has to issue the warning.
Oh, now what do you do here? There's no obvious safety shots.
Well, you can hit a ball, full ball.
Yeah, no, but I hit that one.
I can't help you with that. I mean, if you're okay with the cue ball, then...
Just check it, just check it.
Can we double check, Kevin, please? It doesn't change.
No, but it makes my shot easier. So I don't think I could hit that red. Otherwise.
Olivier Martil asking for assistance from his marker, Kevin Dabrowski, as to where the white was.
Okay, thank you. Warning remains.
Well, what a shot that is, Mark Williams. Take a bow for that one. Deary me, what a pot. How do you like that one, Phil?
I like it more than Judd Trump. Well, they say, don't they, if you're in trouble, pot your way out of it. What an extreme example. But Trump's relieved it's only cost him 8 points. That would have been a real body blow had Williams gone on to make a frame-winning break there and then.
One.
Oh, that is absolutely extraordinary. From the sublime long red that he's just knocked in to then miss that, what can only be described as a sitter in comparison to the one he knocked in previous.
Six. Seven.
And it's moments like that in big matches like this that can really make the difference.
Trump desperate to keep Williams at arm's length.
Thank you.
This is where focus and concentration plays such a big part in top-level snooker.
13.
Judd Trump watched Mark Williams float that outrageous red in, possibly thinking, what have I done
14.
to deserve this? And then 2 shots later, he's back at the table with a chance to win the frame. He has to reset, has to refocus. He knows this is a big moment. He'll want to do the damage now. It's looking likely he's going to.
90.
Indeed, but on the verge of winning the frame. A little more distance between cue ball and red you would like.
20.
Test passed. Very good. So 55 ahead, the pink is frame ball.
$26. 27.
This frame following the same pattern as the first of the evening. Trump winning it in a couple of scoring visits. Williams did the same to open the session.
Judd Trump, 33, and a frame.
Judd Trump re-establishes a 2-frame cushion. But I'll tell you what there, Mark Williams might well have missed the boat. That is the trophy for the inaugural
Thank you, frame 11.
Saudi
Judd Trump to
Arabia
break.
Snooker Masters. Trump edging ever closer. But he knows from personal experience against Mark Williams that the Welshman can fight back. When they met in the semi-final of the 2022 World Championship, Trump, yes, he prevailed 17-16, but after leading 9-3. Trump himself has produced a comeback against Williams in the past. Quarter-final, 2019 Tour Championship. Trump won 9-8 from 8-5 down. These great players can suddenly turn on the jets.
Well, where's this cue ball? Oh, he's okay.
What?
Now, how do you fancy this green? He's got a slight angle on it, so he can just give his full attention to the pot. But it's a big shot. But that tends to be what the best players do. They knock in the big shots. They're the best players in the world for a reason. And with that green finding its destination, Mark Williams now with a good chance.
5.
This isn't a scientific observation, it's just my perception of this match. I think one of the reasons we're not seeing a cavalcade of breaks is that neither player has had much luck when it comes to position. A lot of little rubs have gone against them and made things awkward, although Williams does have this red to middle. He did well from a potting point of view, but as you can see from the overhead camera, on the incorrect side of the blue.
And that's why we've seen Judd Trump very often this week chip away at the reds rather than going into them. Even on the occasions where you're looking at the pack of reds and think you can't possibly fail, there still
16.
is that chance that you may not land. To some degree, you do rely on a little bit of good fortune.
17.
And sometimes the balls can dictate the style of play and how the frames are going to unfold. Mark can play the little cannon to the red directly above the black now. And that just opened things up.
$19. $20. $33. $40. $41.
Yeah, that's okay. Red to middle, no problems at all.
48.
Another good demonstration of his control into the pack of reds there, Mark. Didn't go into them with much pace. He knew he didn't need to. Seems so difficult to pick a winner tonight. Judd Trump is in this little patch of relentless winning that many would make him favourite, but Mark Williams has played some brilliant snooker this
55.
week. It's been vintage Willow. Was relatively untested. He's just been dishing out lessons left, right and centre. But his task tonight is a very stern one. Has he still got something in the tank?
$63.
So this red and one more black will be plenty enough to close the gap again to 1. possible chance of a third century as well in this match.
Well, if he pots this frame ball black, it would mean he's got the 3 highest breaks in the contest already.
$71. $72.
Unhappy with that, even though the task of winning the frame is complete. Scoring-wise, he's had a good start to the season. If he makes a century here, it would be his 15th
77.
of the still fledgling campaign.
78.
That will place him second on the list, behind only Judd Trump. Trump's made 17 this season thus far.
Well, that's worked out okay.
85.
So, very real chance now for a third century break in this match. He's done all the heavy scoring,
86.
Mark Williams, and yet he still trails. What has he got to do? Just highlights the point that a century break only wins you
93.
one frame.
$94.
Came from a humble background in South Wales. Mining heritage. He knows the value of money. And he knows he could win an extraordinary sum this evening. What motivation.
Mark Williams, 101.
That frame has been confined to room 101. Mark Williams back within one. Trump's lead reduced to 6-5. And yet he remains right at the top of the snooker tree. He started this tournament 9th in the world rankings. He's guaranteed at worst to be 6th. If he wins tonight, he'll be up to 4th. Evergreen, I think, is the word that applies. But first he must overcome a formidable Judd Trump. Generally formidable, but I must say, not so today. Another wholesale miscalculation.
Mark Williams, 1.
I don't know about you, Stephen, but Williams to me looks the more content of the two.
I would agree, yeah, the body language is more positive for me currently. And yet Judd Trump still has the lead in this match. It just shows that doing little spells of damage to the scoreline can be very impactful during these longer session matches. Judd's so mentally strong though. You know, he really is one of the best in the business. He's a proper modern day great, Judd Trump. Very good in all departments. It would not be a surprise to just see him go on a couple of frames spell of heavy scoring. It can just click into gear very quickly. He's almost playing the patient game at the minute, just waiting for things to happen.
Normally, if the cue ball gets trapped in the jaws of a pocket when you're playing safe, it's not good news. Williams has achieved some distance, but nowhere near enough. Now this time the black isn't obstructed, but what a pressure shot with the cue ball so close to the side cushion. Am I surprised? Well, frankly, no. I think he's going through a bad patch.
So could this be the little stage of the match that Judd Trump just slightly falls off? He's just left the door slightly ajar for Mark Williams. You know, we spoke right at the top of the show before play had even commenced about what either player has got to do today. What will they be looking for? Well, they'll be looking to see who blinks first, who makes those mistakes, and are they able to then capitalise. Mark Williams has seen Judd blink these last couple of frames, and it's now up to him to try and do the damage. Just keep Judd honest, give him something to think about.
8. Nine.
When he struck that, I think he was a little concerned the cue ball might float on, but he's okay.
And again, just able to play a little delicate holding cannon into the pack of reds. Just flick another out, stay on one to left corner.
16.
This is turning into a really good scoring chance now for Mark Williams.
17.
This, of course, the last frame of the session before the
24.
little mini break, and then it's back out to play to a conclusion.
25.
So if they aren't already feeling it after that little mini interval, the nerves will start to kick in at some stage. And it's not about who you are or what you've won. It's about who can handle it better today. Who handles it better right now. That's all that matters. Of course, your experience counts for an awful lot. Putting yourself in these positions many times in the past, but this is a different match, a different prize.
Deems the red he wanted to be on to be a little too risky.
33.
And when you've got an alternative, why not take it?
$38. 39.
Again, just look at how easy he made that look. Had to make that plant. He knew exactly where the first red was going to go. It was just going to move out the way of the path of the cue ball. Perfect control.
46.
Plenty for Judd to think about, although when he looks at the scoreline at the interval, if Mark wins this frame, it'll still be level game. He probably won't feel like it, but he's missed the red.
Mark
Well,
Williams, 46.
the first little mistake has crept in there for Mark Williams right at a time that he didn't want it to. So what can Judd do now?
Without doubt, his most important visit to the table in the match.
Thank you. 1.
And being parallel to the black now means he's absolutely perfect to get into these reds. Just wants to be on one. Doesn't matter which one, just get them slightly open. And that will do.
8. 9.
Potting the red across the top cushion shouldn't be too much
40.
of an issue. The obviously awkward red is the one we can see there, located
15.
next to the right-hand side cushion. That's a problem he has to solve.
$22. 23.
So this is now where the hard work starts for Judd Trump. He can drop this red in, leave himself just off straight on the black, float the red along the top cushion to
28.
then leave another low angle on the black to get over to that red on the side cush.
29.
These next 3 shots could be the key to this frame.
Wanted to make the penultimate red a little easier, but he didn't quite get the
36.
contact he required. At least he's right back in the frame now, and the awkward red is going to be removed in a safety manner.
Judd Trump, 36.
Well, temporarily removed. It's awkward on the other side cushion now. What a big frame.
Well, that's a brilliant safety shot that Mark has just played there. Coming across the face of the object ball, you've got to get the perfect contact.
When Trump started this session 5-3 ahead, he would have taken sharing the first 4 frames. For him, 7-5 would be a more than satisfactory outcome. Has to win this one.
Again, another brilliant shot. Greatly received by the crowd as well. That was brilliant from Mark Williams. Judd in trouble now. Not easy to rest up on either of these reds without leaving one. So what does he do here? If he rests up to the red on the top cushion, he better make sure he gets the pace absolutely spot on, because otherwise you feel he is definitely going to leave a tempter or a shot at the red to left corner. That's why he's gone at pace. No guarantees of where it was going to finish. So, can Mark Williams pump this long red into the yellow bag? One good piece of cueing could be the difference here.
Dr. Nasser Saab Al-Shamari, the president of the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Association, like everyone here, appreciating that one. It was silky cueing. Needs a bounce here, mind you.
3.
It was only marginal.
Oh, this is very awkward now, because that cue ball may be going close to the middle pocket as well. Can't really do too much with the cue ball. Just got to guide the red in. Yeah, that's why I played it at pace.
4.
Well, big moments now in this match. And Mark knows it. Just setting himself before this one.
That was such a good shot. It was a lot thinner than he wanted for positional purposes, but he hit it as thick as he possibly could, which meant holding on the yellow was a little easier.
Ten.
The green will do. Judd Trump needs one snooker. Williams wants to see the back of the brown. You know, we started out here 8 days ago playing best of sevens. After the interval, that's what it's going to be. A best of 7 for £500,000.
Mark Williams, 17. And the free.
Judd Trump leaves the arena conceding the frame, and Mark Williams, with 3 out of 4 so far in this session, has tied the scores. What a final here in Riyadh. It is 6-6.
Judd Trump has had 1/2 century. That's the concern for him. We were talking about, you know, getting to 1,000 centuries. He needed 3. His highest break is 66 today. Surely he's not going to win if that doesn't change. Mark Williams has had 3 centuries. And of course has fought back from 4-1 down. But let's see, this is where the whole tournament will be decided the next couple of hours. Can't wait.
But Mark Williams has just found a gear from nowhere, really. He's really stepped it up this evening. He's clocked that Judd Trump is just not quite at his best. Sees this as an opportunity to do some damage to this match. And from 4-1 down, what a turnaround this has been. But we're still so far away from the winning line.
Yeah, because he was struggling badly, wasn't he, in the early part of the match. He missed that pink in frame 2. He just had nothing at all. And then those back-to-back total clearances changed everything. The Masters final in 2023 they played. Trump was actually 5-3, 6-4 up. Williams hit the front there, 8-7, but Trump did win 10-8. There's still, you know, a possible 7 frames to play here. A lot can happen yet.
But you're absolutely right, Dave. If Judd Trump has got any hopes of pushing Mark Williams or winning this title, he has to start scoring. It's as simple as that. Snap your hand off for a 50 break at the minute, Judd Trump. Doesn't matter what level. At the very top of snooker, right to the bottom of the tour, you have to score now. That's the modern game. You can't get away with just chipping away, just chiseling around at frames and winning matches that way. Eventually he'll become unstuck. And Mark
19.
Williams is certainly doing all the heavy scoring at the moment.
$26. $27.
Now, can he get enough purchase on this cue ball to get into the reds and back out for that loose red? Have to dig very deep on this cue ball. No, he just wasn't quite able to avoid the contact to the red initially, but it's worked out okay.
34.
And now this time he's got the perfect angle to get right into that pink. Yeah, played it at a much more controlled pace this time. Caught the pink very nicely. He's pushed enough reds into open play as well. Frame coming up to 3.5 minutes, and already it's looking like Mark may have done enough
41.
here. If he can take these loose reds, he could hit the front.
Yeah, there's a real spring in his step.
47.
And it's all very well saying Judd Trump's got to make breaks. He can't make them from his seat. That's the thing about snooker, you know, you can't
48.
know how your opponent's going to feel, but Mark Williams is so used to winning tournaments, including in recent times. He won 2 last season. That maybe he's now starting to really fancy this. He's had a close shave between sessions. It may well be one here tonight, but is he about to go back in front, having won the opening frame?
$53.
He made a very
54.
honest comment, Mark Williams, in an interview. He said if Judd Trump plays his best, he's dominating the sport at the minute. If he plays his best, he beats him. But Mark did say if he plays his best, he can beat Judd. And he's certainly
61.
gone up a level this evening. There is no question.
62.
Yeah, this black, just checking that, is going to get him to snooker's required. There's a possibility for a 4th century. So just 5 minutes this frame for Mark Williams to get to the point where Trump needs snookers. This
69.
red is going to make sure, and this is now a real test for Trump. Remember, he won that very nervy last frame this afternoon. He's only won 1 since then.
70. $77.
Well, the red stays out, so it's not a century, but 77, another frame-winning break. Mark Williams hits the front in Riyadh. 7-6, and he's now just 3 away from becoming champion. And a string of breaks in that. 3 centuries and that 77 in the last. He's doing all the heavy hitting in this match. He was always a great traveller, Williams, in his younger years. He won the China Open 3 times. He won the Thailand Masters 3 times. He's won a couple of ranking events in Germany as well. Another one more recently in China. There's never been a problem getting on a plane for Mark Williams. This is not plain sailing for Trump, though. He can't get in.
It's evident that Judd's level has dropped, but that is partly down to the fact that Mark Williams is putting him under a lot of pressure. And when they start floating in, you know you're in trouble. In these long session matches, you often find and see just one player finding that little bit of inspiration, that little spell of 2, 3, 4 frames.
Seven.
Look, it may not be enough to win this match, but at the moment it's looking very likely that it will be.
$14. 15.
I mean, I grew up watching Mark Williams on the telly, watching how he used to operate. Fast forward to this very day, 49 years of age, he's still very much operating in the same fashion. It really is an absolute privilege to watch him play. Just how he goes about the game of snooker. He's a classy operator. I mean, Dave, there really isn't many better sights in the game than an in-stroke Mark Williams.
30.
No, he's, I think, a one-off, really, as a character, never mind a player. Just his general attitude and outlook on life. This is awkward, though, to raise the bridge hand. Yeah, not easy.
Mark Williams, 30.
Although leaving this cue ball close to the side cushion, there may not be a lot that Judd can do with this red to left middle. May have to try and power it through the reds. Oh, he's able to just glance off them. That's a really well played shot.
The walk suggests he's on this black. It's a purposeful walk rather than a slow trudge. So, chance for Trump. He's got to start taking them. He's got to start scoring if he's going to compete in the final moments of this huge match here.
One thing he said yesterday or the day before in one of his interviews is that he doesn't like to have it easy, Judd Trump, and he likes the challenge now. The better he's getting, the more he's winning. He likes that challenge, and he's certainly got a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, 4-0 down last Tuesday in the opening round for him to Wu Yiza, and not playing at all good, but he found something then. His will to win is something
40.
else. If we go back to the 2018 Northern Ireland Open, prior to that he'd won tournaments, but it was sporadic, it wasn't consistent. But including that event, and it's less than 6 years ago, this is his 29th ranking final since then. That's in under 6 years, and he's won 21 of them. So Judd Trump has been relentless in that period. Just picking up trophy after trophy, treating every tournament the same, with the same respect, just wanting to win them.
21. $22.
Well, having
29.
not had much table time, this has been a good contribution so far. It's important
30.
that Judd remains his high level of focus, keeps his intensity there.
37. 38. 45. 46.
So on course to better his high breaker 66 in the earlier part of the match. That was back in frame 4.
Or maybe he was just saving the 3 century breaks he needs to get to 1,000 for these last 4 frames.
54.
Now that would be ambitious.
I think he'd be happy with 4 80s if it meant winning the tournament. First things first, get this frame won. Won't need that brown, of course, on the side cushion.
Yeah, he's played that one very nicely again. Brilliant
59.
break from Judd Trump, a break he just had to make. Now, so many of the top players
60.
do. None more than this man, the world #1. When an opportunity arises, they recognise they have to take it. And it's one thing thinking that way, it's another thing actually taking the chance. And
67.
this red and one more black will make sure that Mark Williams does not come back to the
58.
table.
Yeah, Judd Trump has stepped it up just at the right moment. This is his highest break of the whole day. He'd love a century, but the main thing is he's just stopped the Williams charge to the line.
75.
Hello, where have you
76.
been, naughty snooker?
Well, 2 straight on the black, it would
Blue
seem,
ball.
so it's the easy blue. A much-needed frame-winning break, that from Judd Trump, his highest of the whole day, 76. What an exciting final this is, and we're all square again at 7-all.
Frame 15. Judd Trump to break.
I quite like to see that from both players when that frame was going absolutely nowhere really. Ball's very awkward. Neither player wants to get bogged down. Another superb long red from Willow. He has definitely found his game from range. He mentioned last night about his eyesight and that he's just picking right. He's seeing 3. Seeing 3 balls when he gets down to the long ones. Well, he's picking well so far.
6.
I wish I could see 3 if it meant knocking them in like that.
Seven.
Come too far for the black, but he's on the pink. It's about nerve, isn't it, really, at this point? And he's got bags of that, of course. As Olivia Martil, the referee, just asked for a moment to put the pink into line. Williams just going back to his chair while he does that. With the spots occupied, it's got to be as close to its spot as it will go, in a line with the spots.
Thank you. 13. 14.
Now, if he gets rid of this red and finds a nice angle on the
21.
black, he's got a free shot to get into the pack of reds.
22.
Yeah, that's okay. With that loose red being detached now, we can go into them. Well, he's got options here. He can either go into them now, or leave the angle on the red go up for the blue and then into them. I think that's what he's decided. Again, he played the percentage there, felt that
29.
going into the pack he might have had to play it with a bit of pace. Could have potentially lost the cue ball.
30.
The odds are definitely in his favour now. If he gets this one shot right, straight into the heart of that red right at the top. Well, he's gone the delicate approach into the left side, and now he's hoping he's on one.
35.
Well, it's been a little bit of a theme
Mark Williams,
this
35.
week. Mark not going full-blooded into the pack. He's been trying to chip them out. That time, I bet he wish he had have gone into them with a little bit more pace. Just try and get them moving.
Well, it's already edgy. Imagine if it does go 9 each. Nearly fluked that red. Well, massively overcuts the brown.
Mark Williams, 1.
Well, it looked almost impossible to overcut that brown from where it was. I mean, the red was good enough. A thin clip of the highest order. How's he overclipped that brown?
Thank you. 1.
And well, Judd Trump can't believe how well he's hit that one.
Yeah, we've seen a few frames like this, haven't we, where players are kind of making it hard for themselves. It's humbling in a way because So often they make the game look ridiculously easy. We know it's not.
Green ball.
So just settling for the snooker here.
6-1.
I think at this stage, sort of every frame feels like a decider until we actually get to 9 each when it will be one.
Now, does Mark maybe have the chance to play a thicker safety? Try and get somewhere up behind green or yellow? Well, he didn't get behind the green, but he's got second prize there. Leaving that cue ball on top of it. Quite awkward cueing for Judd Trump now. Well, he might come round and just have a little look at the two reds beneath the pink spot. Maybe close to planting towards that red nearest the left corner pocket. Because that's his priority here, Mark. He wants to try and cover that red over the left corner. Might just have a look to see if he can plant them onto the red to potentially move that red out of the way. If not, he has got a thin edge available. But again, the priority has to be cover that red.
They were always going to be moving. He worked to get the cue ball back. But the red near the pocket. It's got nervy again though, hasn't it? We've had a few frames with breaks, but we've also had a lot of frames like this, quite disjointed. Just raising the stakes.
1.
Brown's actually cuttable here to the middle. Think he's got to land on a red, surely, where they are so spread far and wide. Surely he would land on a red here.
Famous last words, Dave.
5.
Oh, this red just about cuts, I think. Got a red to middle as well. Yeah, that's a good pot. There was pressure on that
6.
because of how the reds are spread. So now one good positional shot, which should be straightforward for Judd Trump. 2 cushions out for the red nearest the blue.
It's all about control now. We saw that lovely tribute in the interval this afternoon to the late, great Ray Reardon, and he said something once. He said
10.
he played snooker a long time before he realised that Although there were 22 balls on the table, the only one that really mattered was the white. If you can control that, that unlocks the whole game. Try and keep things as simple as possible. It looks easy, this, but the white can get into awkward areas if you're not keeping control. But if you can just stay nicely in here, then it should be 8-7 to trump, you would feel.
This is where mentality and composure plays such a big part of snooker. If this was 0-0, Judd just cracks on with it and mops these up with ease, but 7 each in a major ranking final. Yes,
16.
the balls are still perfect. He's just got to try and just not get in the way of himself here, Judd. Keep it as simple as possible, not look for problems. Under pressure, that can be the hardest thing in the world at times. To not look for problems.
$24.
It was a bold shot that Mark Williams elected to play. Felt he had no other option but to try and pot his way out of trouble. Can't blame him for that. He's trying to win at the end of the day.
30. $31. $38. $39.
So many shifts in momentum in this match. It's been thrilling viewing. It's not been the highest quality all the way through. It doesn't have to be exciting. We've had, of course, some big breaks, particularly from Williams. But from now on in, you can't turn your eyes away from it as we get closer to the winning line. Judd Trump hoping to get over the winning line in this frame at this visit. Oh, that just wriggled in. That was a nervy one.
47.
Yeah, I felt that one. I twitched as he hit that. But he's managed to recover nicely, Judd Trump. That brown was a little more difficult than it should have been. He's back perfect again now. Just needs to steady himself. Yellow, green and brown required. And it was never going to be straightforward.
53.
Now decision time. Do you try and nip into this and just play the brown from a little further away than you would have liked, or do you go around 3 cushions? Well, he's gone direct off one. He's got a little bit too much check on the cue ball.
56.
Oh, how do you like this?
Well, you don't, do you? Is the answer. The brown is frame ball, but look, just look where he's left it. The cue ball.
It was just never going to be plain sailing.
Brilliant. Brilliant shot from Trump. He could put everything into the pot because he needed
60.
the brown to get 25 in front, 18 on. So Mark Williams needs 2 snookers. He was nearly in one there, but he's okay. He can actually pot this blue. And it's going in, I think. Yep. Well, every credit. This has been a great visit. His will to win, Judd Trump, cannot be doubted. He's not played at the top of his game today, but as the pink flies off the table, Judd Trump moves in front. A seesaw battle here in Riyadh. Mark Williams is looking at the scoreboard.
Mark Williams, 6.
24 in it, so 2 snookers. That was a bit of a rush of blood, wasn't it? But it's 2 snookers needed. Williams just checking that.
Where's the cue ball gone? In the pocket?
I think
No.
Olivia, Mark Williams before now has sort of put that in his own pocket, but not on this occasion. As you went in, I think Olivia was looking for the pink sort of behind Judd's chair. He didn't realise. Anyway, 2 snookers needed. Very rare you would see a frame 1 like this, but let's see. What about that brown though, Stephen? I mean, you know, in any stage of any match that would have been a tough shot, but at this stage in a big final.
Just a wonderful pot, an unbelievable pot really, you know.
Foul.
Similar to that one.
2.6.
Yeah, it was a tall order to get the snookers. He hasn't got them, and it is Judd Trump who goes back in front. What a thrilling final this is. He leads Mark Williams 8-7. The sort of pendulum of pressure swings back towards him. I think if Trump wins the final, wins the tournament, that brown certainly will be one of the shots of the tournament. With the rest, horrible shot it was, but he got it.
So the attempted long red goes astray. Can Mark find a way back in?
One.
The black is a little tied up, but that red may pass to right corner. If it doesn't, then he's got plenty of work ahead. Well, what about this for a shot? Well, he's been very unfortunate there. Talk about trying to make something happen.
6.
He's played a brilliant shot there. Surprised the Reds haven't opened better, to be honest. Does he feel this red does pass? Yeah, it did do. Great shot.
7.
It's just big shot after big shot at the minute. Surely now he's one good pot away from being in prime position. Oh, that's just so good. I mean, he just makes that type of shot look so simple. It's not simple. Under pressure across the nap like that. That was a brilliant shot from Mark.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter what's happened in the previous frame. It just sort of gets on with it as if it's 0-0, which is not easy, particularly when you're at this stage of a final. As I say, big frame for him to stop Trump getting to within 1.
21.
Their very first meeting was in the Bahrain Championship 2008, but it was actually in pre-qualifying in Prestatyn.
22.
Which is in North Wales as opposed to the Middle East. Trump was still a teenager, he won the match.
What a place, by the way. That's where the proper snooker players were made. Yeah, Mark clocked Judd Trump way back then. Made 2 centuries in that
29.
match against him as well, Judd Trump at 17. Here they are, contesting this huge
30.
event in Riyadh. First ever ranking tournament here in Saudi Arabia. It's been a brilliant success this week. It really has. And it looks like this match is going to go all
35.
the distance.
Certainly has that feel about it. Williams, though, is a master, isn't he, at potting these tough balls at the start of breaks to just get himself in. And today, of course, he's been staying in 3 centuries already, 77 as well. It's not worked out, though.
43.
Having a little chunter about it, because if he gets on a red there, it's probably 8-all. He's already got a good lead.
And you know, I mentioned earlier about the players clicking on and noticing the bad run. Mark there gesticulating the number 4. 4 times I've been into the pack and 4 times I've not landed. Snooker players don't forget them type of things. In all fairness, it was a very tough pack to go into, particularly from the black as he was. It would have been a brilliant shot to have landed on a red. He'll chalk that one up. That will be in his mental notepad as he goes back to his seat. If he wins this match, that will be discarded quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, he's caught that red very thin. Well, he's been a bit fortunate, I think. Could easily have left trump bang in there. Still chuntering. This is the thing with Williams. I mean, he is genuinely a laid-back character away from the table, but at the table, he's a fierce, fierce competitor. He'll be loving being at the heat of battle here as well. Well, in fact, you could see the pot here. Terrific pot as well. First glance looked like Williams had got away with it. He didn't. Hence, I guess, some of that chuntering. Still saying 4 times. Going into them, not getting on one.
And you can feel his pain as well, because he played a couple of brilliant shots to go into the reds. How he's not landed on one nicer, I have got no idea. And this is where this game can be so crippling, when you've had chances and the balls just haven't worked out in your favour. And then a few shots later, you're watching your opponent at the table with the chance that could have been yours.
9.
Not just any opponent, by the way. This dominating world number 1 that is Judd Trump.
Yeah, not every tournament, of course, carries the
16.
same ranking points. But if they did, Trump would be number 1 by some distance, wouldn't he? The tournaments he's won 5 ranking events last season. 2nd ranking final this season. It's going to the jaw and staying out. Wow.
Judd Trump 16.
Well, he wasn't comfortable on that one, Judd Trump. You could see he was just at a bit of a stretch there. He obviously felt he was comfortable enough to play the shot. What a time to make a mistake like that now. Mark Williams, all of a sudden, those 4 times into the pack mean nothing. This is your chance to get back into the match. Level things up once again.
Eight.
Oh, it's been full of twists and turns all day, this game. And you still cannot pick a winner.
9. $16. $17.
So the black will put in 51 in front. One more red needed in addition to make it 8 apiece.
Possibly got red to middle that he can lay up to here if he's a little straight on this black. Just take his medicine. And now just pop the red. Well, he would have liked to have been slightly straighter on it.
24.
Sort of landed in between corner and middle now. He goes for this in the middle. The cue ball is going into the pink. So this basically has to go in, this red. Because he'll be opening everything up for Judd should it not go in. That's why we may see him take it to the corner instead to avoid that.
If there's a big shot to play, he won't back away, and invariably he'll get it. And there's another one. That's frame ball. 8 all. Possible 3 frames left of this engrossing final here in Riyadh.
32.
Between two great players. It really is punch and counter punch now.
33.
The odd shot making a difference. The misread from Trump in this frame for him was key, obviously.
And again, just underlining Mark's brilliant awareness out there in the arena. Realised that taking that red to middle, although it was probably the easier pot, had he missed it,
40.
could potentially have lost the frame. Played the percentage shot, fully committed, and knocked it in just
41.
as he always does.
$48. 49.
Well, we said when they came back at the interval that Judd Trump would have to start making breaks. He has made a couple, but Mark Williams, he's not going anywhere. This whole event, remember we came out with 144 players. This whole event could yet come down to a decider. As it is, there's only a possible 3 frames left. Judd Trump and Mark Williams cannot be split. It's 8 apiece. To once again level up. Trump trying to win his 29th ranking title.
17.
Williams is
Just
27th. But don't think just because they've won all that silverware between them, they don't desperately want to add this one. And of course the huge first prize. And also the prestige of winning this new event. There's been so much talk about it, so much focus on it. But ultimately it's the same game. And these two have produced a really exciting match.
Okay, another one to just add to the collection. The highlight reel is just full of Mark Williams long pots this match. follows it up with a beautiful shot and back to middle. They are loving this.
8.
What courage to take that on at this stage of a match, leaving everything.
9.
You know, it's easy to say just treat it like a practice game, play the same way you would play. Come on. They're playing for £500,000. What these two players are doing
16.
is unbelievable. Yes, there's been mistakes,
17.
but we can accept that. We can allow that. It's a very tough game with very big stakes.
24.
Mark has just bullied his way into the start of this frame.
25.
Yeah, it was so impressive how he got his game together. 4-1 down, he was struggling, he missed the pink to lead 2-0. The danger that at 4-1, you were thinking 6-2, sort of 10-4 to trump. That's not how it's panned out, because Williams, of course, stepped in with a couple of centuries. And so often has just been potting these key balls at the start of breaks to get himself in, keep himself in, set up the chance, if he can get the reds open, to win the frame in one visit.
So he's got one more loose red available here, Mark, before he has to consider how best to approach getting into that pack of reds. Maybe just top this round 2 for red to the middle pocket. Well, he was okay for one cushion, and now he will be looking for a nice angle off his next colour. Well, we already know, because he's told us 4 times he's not landed. Can he land a 5th time? Surely this one. Oh, where's the red going? Oh, he's okay. Well, we talk about fractions, margins in top-class sport. If that red drops, Mark goes back to his seat. And then who knows what could happen.
Chose to go into the reds off a red. It's finished nicely. They've opened up. He's on the blue. Big opportunity to get within 1 of victory.
And that time it did land perfect. He didn't have to play into that
52.
pack from the red. He had the perfect chance to leave the angle on the black, but took his opportunity, took the gamble, and that time it did pay off.
53.
Well, he said it was his ambition to stay in the top 16 at the age of 50, which is a birthday he'll celebrate in March. But it's one thing to do that, but to do it winning tournaments. You know, he's not eking out results. He won 2 big events last season, the British Open and Tour Championship. And he's moving to within a frame of winning this huge first prize in this brand new event in Saudi Arabia. He would go to 4th in the rankings. Never mind top 16, he'd be in the top 4.
61.
And what a masterful break this has been. From start to finish, pure class from Mark Williams. Particularly when the old ticker will be going, don't worry about that. The nerves are there, you can see it, but look at the focus in his eyes.
Well, with the shaved head, he's come out looking mean tonight, and he's playing a mean game now. So we're already at the snooker's required stage. Yeah, again, just masterful, as you say. The early pots to get in. Was very nearly unlucky with the red dropping in, but in the end it did him a favour. It allowed him to go into the reds bit of a risk, but he landed on a colour and has surely done enough to get within one. So again,
74.
that pendulum of pressure swings back towards Trump. Can he get a chance first and foremost to the next? Can he take it? If he can, then it's a dream finish for the audience. It would be a decider.
75.
Chance to make a fourth century.
$83.
So Trump just having to compose himself and think about the next frame.
$88. $89.
Came here. I saw him the first morning that he arrived, because he arrived a bit late because the top 16 came in late. And he said, "Oh, delighted to be here." He said, "The only problem is I'm going to have to get the cue out of the case." Because he'd been on holiday and playing pool and all the rest of it.
95.
Well, it's a good job he did, because he's been pretty handy with it, hasn't he? This black for
96.
another century's fourth. Mark Williams still doing Mark Williams things as he approaches his 50th birthday. What a remarkable player.
$104.
And what a chore it must have been for him to get his cue out this week. He has played brilliantly, an absolute privilege to watch all this whole event unfold. And it's going to be the man from
111.
Wales, Mark Williams, one away from the title, one away from the trophy and the prize.
113.
Yeah, and this is his 15th century of the season. You know, Trump's had 17, but Mark Williams keeping pace.
116.
His wife Joanne in the players' room has been obviously watching
120.
nervously all day. She's been in this position many times before.
$125.
Another wonderful break.
131.
It's going to be with the black another total clearance. Quite simply, superb. A 138 total clearance from Mark Williams. He moves within one of victory here in Riyadh, leading Judd Trump 9-8.
Williams to break.
4 century breaks, 3 of them total clearances, including the 138 in the last.
This by far the biggest break off of the match as well. Yeah, that's okay, that's good. He's not left a tempter for Judd Trump. He can't attempt a pot, which was challenge number 1 for Mark. So how is Mark Williams going to bully his way into giving himself a chance in this frame? What a time to improvise.
Well, who else would play it like that and play it so well? Play it so well like that. Oh dear, Mark, never change.
Well, a little thicker than he would have liked, Judd. Mark does have a tempter to left corner now. Could this be the one that gets him in? Well, he made sure to play it with a trace of side to avoid any traffic down this end. Put more emphasis on his cue ball there rather than the pot. Can't blame him for that. Well, there's 3 reds that he's just looking at here. That may be close to pushing a red close to this left corner. Well, one's gone close to the right corner and now he needs help and he's not got it. So Judd Trump has bided his time there. He's just asked Mark the question on the safety shot. Mark fails to come up with the answer and this is the chance for Judd. Black is available, although he would have liked to have been much straighter on it than that.
There's no doubt from the roar when the red went over the pocket. The crowd here want their decider. Regardless of who they're supporting, they want it to go the distance. It's in Trump's hands early here in this frame to get us towards that. Not out the woods yet here. Cue ball close to the side cushion. Another little test of cueing. Middle of the pocket.
9.
We've not had a decider in a ranking final since January 2023. And there's been a lot of tournaments, haven't there, since then?
Well, that's a complete miss-hit from Judd. He was trying to power that, pinch a bit of the pocket,
16.
get higher up the table. Wanted to go through those 2 reds, not underneath them, so it's going to be red to middle. A more difficult pot than he should have had. But that's just what he does. He knocks those difficult ones in under the most pressure. Judd's back is firmly up against the wall now. Mark has him caged in. Can he find a way out?
Yeah, it feels
22.
like he's been sort of battling to get his best game going all day. Just 3 half centuries in the match, but if ever there was a time to produce your best, it's now. In the closing
23.
stages. One of the reasons Judd Trump loves winning is because he hates losing. So a determined effort coming up to get us to 9 each. And what reward that is
31.
for everyone involved in organising this tournament. There's been so much logistical work done by Matchroom and World Snooker Tour, working with the local partners, the Ministry of Sport, the Saudi Billiard and Snooker Federation, just to get the event on. It's run incredibly smoothly, it's got to be said. There's been a really nice atmosphere in the players' room and all around the venue. And maybe this is the reward for all that hard work, if we can go the full distance in the final.
$39.
Perfectly played. Getting high on this red means he can keep himself on the black. As he pots it, releases another.
45.
He's quite happy to leave those 4 reds beneath the black exactly where they are.
$52.
Took a little bit of a chance with his safety shot, Mark. He was more concerned over the red going towards left corner
53.
I'm sure he never gave any consideration to one going over the right corner, but that's exactly what happened. And this has been the result.
How they even
60.
stand up is a mystery to me. The pressure that's on them in these big finals with the big money and the prestige and everything at stake, the pride of performance.
61.
One of the reasons is they're just great players. They have all the attributes you need to be winners, champions in the sport. Judd Trump will need one more red after the black, and it's going to be 9 each, and we're going to be going to a decider. It's been a fascinating match.
68.
And just when one player gets the advantage, it seems the other arrests it back again. Here we go then. This for 9-all. Well, in fact, to make sure, he's potted 2. That's another 8 points off the table.
That's pretty advanced stuff there from Judd.
Crowd loving it.
75.
Well, what a time
76.
it would be to make your first century of the final. Mark Williams has done all the heavy scoring so far in this match. Welcome back, Judd Trump. And what a time to
83.
arrive.
Yeah, can't get to the 1,000 now. That can all wait. That can all wait
84.
because there's a small matter of $500,000 in the background. What a match it's turned into. Every credit to both players.
Incredible. We wonder
90.
how they're stood up out there. It's a good job we're sat down.
Well, no century, but a valuable 90 from Judd Trump. We're going all the way in the first ever Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters final. These two great left-handers putting on a show. Judd Trump and Mark Williams, 9-all. The decider is coming up next. Here, ahead of the decider, Mark Williams and Judd Trump. There's going to be a handshake. Great spirit, great atmosphere, great prize on the line. Who's going to prevail? The break-off shot from Judd Trump is massive.
Thank you.
We've seen Mark
Deciding
Williams
frame.
knock all sorts of
Judd
balls
Trump
in
to
from
break.
distance. Here we go then. Last frame to decide it.
You're right, possibly the biggest break-off of Judd Trump's career in terms of the prize at stake. Dave, I feel ill. This is immense.
Try and hang on, Stephen, a little bit longer. Yeah, it really is dramatic. Both players trying to win as well, trying to get in, not backing away from the big shots. And there's another big shot from Mark Williams. How many great reds from distance has he knocked in? First chance then, the Welshman.
Well, he has not shied away at all day. He just keeps knocking on that door, Mark Williams. Will it finally open? Is this the one? What an opening red.
6. 7.
Not the easiest of chances at the moment, but as Mark removes the red possibly right of the pink, he can try and drop on the red above the black. If he can get high, he can move that red away from the black. Has he got the angle? He looks too straight. Change of plan.
Trump's broken off.
18.
He's hoping, of course, that's not all he would do in this decider. It would seem cruel.
19.
Well, he's got the chance to go into them potentially here. Not the best pack ever to go into. Yeah, that's why he's chosen against it. A little bit of distance between the pink and the main cluster. Either way, it's a good
24.
chance to just get a few points on the board, get a lead in this frame.
$25.
A reminder that in terms of deciders between them, it is Trump 4-1 up, and the Williams one was at a best of 7.
Hold on to your hats for this one. Hold on to your hats. What an effort that is from Mark Williams.
30.
The red next to the black will pass to this left corner, but he looks like he wants to be seduced by this plan. Oh, another brilliant shot. Brilliantly played.
Well, every ball is being cheered in by this crowd.
38.
Still going to have to do a bit more work yet, but he's building a nice lead.
39.
He just refuses to lie down, Mark Williams.
Well, the late Ray Reardon hailed from Tredegar, where Mark Williams owns a
46.
snooker club. They're very special people in that part of the world. They've had to fight as the landscape has changed over the decades. Snooker's always been part of that. For some, it's been an escape.
47.
Mark Williams has made full use of his talents, the opportunities. But what he's doing this late into his career, at this level, playing at this level, is absolutely extraordinary.
54.
What we're witnessing here is just pure brilliance. It's as simple as that. One of the very greats of our game, still very much at the very top of his game.
Black to lead by 62 with 75 on. Another red and a colour. If this goes in, is he going to win the decider in one visit? Judd Trump has broken
62.
off. That's all he's done. Williams knocked in a terrific red.
I mean, how is he doing this?
No, not there, not there, and not over.
Mark Williams, 62.
He would have been on the black, and the match would have been over. Not to be.
So close. He tried to steer it in all the way, and he just couldn't quite wriggle it in off that jaw. So is there going to be one final twist in this match? That red over left corner causing Judd Trump some problems here. Is it time to attack? Red to left middle. Oh, what a pot that is, Judd Trump.
Just the sheer guts, allied with the sheer skill. He has a chance to get back into this frame. A frame that looked like he'd played one shot in.
8.
Oh, are we going to go right down to the wire? Never mind a decider. This could come
9.
down to the last few balls.
I mean, if he misses that red to middle, it's done. You shake hands. It's
60.
over. That had to go in to at least give himself a chance here, Judd Trump. What a fighter.
17.
They're both champions, regardless of who ultimately prevails in this match. And they proved it all day. This punch and counter punch snooker. Always trying to win the frames, always trying to get in with the aggressive shots. There's that red near
24.
the left-hand side cushion, obviously going to play its part. Good grief, the whole tournament is coming down right to the last few balls.
What a shot again. Took a second there to just steady himself, make the correct decision. It was a gamble to play the cannon from the red. But what a gamble that was. They've opened perfect. Dave, surely not. Surely not.
31.
We've seen some clearances, haven't we, in recent times. Mark Williams himself against Tom Ford at the Tour Championship. John Higgins against Mark Allen at the Crucible. Can Judd Trump complete one here to get his hands on the trophy?
Thank you. 32.
How must he be feeling?
$39. 40.
Well, what an unbelievable match this has been, and what an unbelievable ending we have got. He's cleared the colours off the spots
45.
millions of times throughout his career. He's got the 6 remaining colours for the title.
47.
Yes, and you can talk about the money, and you can talk about going past Steve Davis on the list of ranking winners, but just the achievement of making a break like this under the pressure
50.
is what will be, right now, the most satisfying if he can put these away.
$54.
The first ranking event in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's looking like a very familiar winner. If he can just hold his nerve for a couple more shots.
59.
Everyone nervous. Everyone on the edge of their seats. This whole tournament is coming down to the black. Mark Williams had his chance. He missed a red. Judd Trump stepped in. This relentless winner, this extraordinary champion, has the black for victory. What a break to win it. Judd Trump rules in Riyadh. He wins the first staging of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters, beating Mark Williams 10-9 on the black in an absolute thriller. 500,000 reasons to be happy.